Hey Zare, how is you? Welcome back. So, what do you say, music or no music? I hope you say music. I just started streaming, there's already a huge delay or what? I wrote in this description of this stream what I have to do. Let's see, so to do one, rename group to set. Okay, let's do that first. We are totally clean. We have all the files in here. There are classes or whatever named group. Let's begin with the header files. Although I want to have a peek at these as well. They're just the same thing. Except for partitions.cxx. Let's begin with group itself. This is just a rename, so it should be easy in the sense that I'm going to change absolutely nothing. It's just a rename. That should be really easy, right? The only thing, I could even automate it, except when I would have the word group somewhere without that I want to change it. I don't think that is even possible, but I'm going to have a look at it anyway, because I think I'll just have to. Let's look for group with a lowercase. 2. Oh, whoa, okay. Yeah, this group is a group, and then we have another group. It's just a group, even that group. I'll just have to go over it if I see anything that would jump out as not being the thing that I want to rename into set. One of the reasons that I was using group is that set is 3 letters, very short. So if I would not have used group but set instead, then it would have been pretty difficult or even questionable to do this rename. So using group makes it easier in the sense that the 5 letters group will only occur when it's the same thing, and therefore I should be able to just rename everything in one go. See, there's a set that is something else, but okay. Now you could say, okay, so it is a bit dangerous to rename group to set, because then I cannot go back or do something else. I really have to think about if I want to use just set or maybe something else that probably includes the word set. I could call it elements set, or yeah, or I could call it descriptor set, but I don't want to pull in descriptor set here. This is really just mathematical set, mathematical partitioning. It's also almost finished, right? I mean, I'm not really working on this anymore, don't want to. So I think it's kind of safe to just name it set now and then call it a day. Hope that I will never rename it again. Have to rename it again. Well, I don't see anything. It's just everything is group, and then of course we have to look at the capital G as well. But well, that's it's also not that much. But those are certainly going to be all the types that I have that has a group into it. It's kind of boring work, this, because you know in advance that it's just going to be okay. Everything is just being that thing that I want to rename to set. I scan my eyes over it and let my subconscious do the work. I just don't think, I just go over it, and then my subconscious doesn't alert me, then it's okay. Okay, it did not alert me, so I think we can just rename everything. There's nothing here, right? No, just rename everything in here. Let's do it with SED, stands for serial editor. Yeah, I think let's start with, so execute the script where we want to replace a group with sets everywhere. And while we're at it, substitute group with set everywhere. The G means global, that just means everywhere on the same line. I'm going to do it inline. And I think you can pass multiple files. I hope. I sure hope. Bang. So that should have replaced absolutely everything. So if now I do a grab on group, you get nothing. And again nothing. And again nothing, and again nothing. What about any file at all? Maybe we missed something. Aha, the make list has groups. No groups, just group. So I have to do a rename of group to set. It's just file names, 3 of them. Get, what is it? Move or rename? Move, I think. Group to set.cxx. Yep. And group.h to set.h, and move that to set. Move that one to set. Move this one. Whole group. Yeah, still the same thing. Modified, renamed. We should be able to compile it again and just run it. Nothing changed. Yeah, cool man, the cool. I've wrote it in the description. The description of the stream. So now look at the diff, you see that it's just replaced group with set everywhere. Since it was automated, we really don't have to go over it. I can just do commit everything. Rename group to set. Okay. Ba, I've been waiting for you all day. Oh, sorry. Man, yeah, I had to visit my parents. I get out of bed late and then in the afternoon I went to visit my parents. Well, I haven't been back very long. The next thing on my to-do list is number 2. Rename number of elements to max number of elements, namely 64. I did ask a question on the Vulkan Discord. Let's see if I got an answer to that yet. Someone answered for a start and then he gives me a link. Okay, we're going to need that. But I'm not even going to reply yet. I want other people to reply as well. He gave a partial answer. I have a partial answer, but not the answer to my main question. Namely, if 64 descriptor sets is going to be enough for typical, well, for most pipelines. So I store my sets in bit sets of 64 bits. And those bit sets represent, well, a set, a descriptor set. So I can put at most 64 shader input variables in one descriptor set with this code. And if someone is going to tell me, oh, what are you talking about? Thousands. If you talk about a whole scene with thousands of textures and all whatnot, I don't know. I have the feeling that it's related to the number of declarations in your shaders. And that's probably going to be limited, or it's going to be an array, and I'm pretty sure that I only need one descriptor set for an array. So it seems pretty unlikely that I would need more than 4. So I'm just going ahead without the answer. The to-do list that I typed in the description of the stream says to rename number of elements. Oh, that's also not that much. To max number of elements. And I'm just going to make that 64. And make things work for a dynamic number of elements instead of hard coding that with a const expression. So currently we have a const expression, as you can see here, set to 24, and well, that's not 64, right? But sometimes it's much less, sometimes it's more. It's just never going to be larger than 64, the way I'm coding it now. But it has to be dynamic, not something that is hard-coded during compile time. Now if I rename this to max and I set it to 64, then we'll get compile errors everywhere else. Because it's using number of elements and I don't have number of elements anymore. I just have max number of elements. So then I can fix each compile error one by one. And every time looking at that one point where a number of elements is being used, and then see if somehow that either can be translated into a max number of elements, or that I have to somehow pass the number of elements as a runtime variable to that function. Now what is the input? We are going to have an input. So the input is going to be the number of elements then, and a two-dimensional array of number of elements times the number of elements with scores in it. That's about the only input I have, except for to-do list number 3, set a dynamic limit on the maximum number of allowed sets. So that would be the third input, the maximum number of allowed sets that we are going to partition the thing in. Yeah, maybe I should have put also in the to-do list that I have to get rid of the global G-scores. And we have the scores here, which is a global variable. It's x10 here was defined here. Just no indentation. This is a global vector, which is of course also a no-no. I'm going to change this one to a local variable. So in a function, we just declare this thing on the stack. So both G-scores as well as a number of elements must be passed through the whole thing. Or I can just make an object, of course, and then make these two members of that, and then make all the stuff for the rest member functions of that object, and then we can access it through a pointer to this pointer. But yeah, I don't know yet. It depends a bit on which classes are using it, I guess. The number of elements, as you can see, are used. They're defined an element, and element also defines a hard-coded element index POD, which is just a different type, but for the rest the same thing. And then everything else is named partition something. Partition.cxx, partitions.cxx. This is the main executable. This is the capital P partition class, and then brute force is using it. There's one more here. Oh, score has it. Score, okay. That's for the size. I already don't need that. I mean, I already have that. Just the function that is the function that is going to have the G-scores as a local vector, local variable, already calculates the size of this vector. So taken care of. So theoretically, if you ignore the main function for now, the main literally main. Then I guess we can maybe make an object related to the partition, which means that element and set and most of the other files or classes are not aware of the number of elements. So this one is not aware of the number of elements, nor is this. And nor is this one, apparently. Nor is this one, nor is this one, nor is this one. This one just at one point. This one is not aware of it, this is not aware of it. Okay, with having established those facts, what shall I do about it? Rename number of elements to max number of elements and make things work for a dynamic number of elements instead of hardcoding that with a constexpr. I guess we're just going to do it, right? We're just going to do it. So this is going to be max number of elements, and that is obviously 64 because that's the number of bits that we have. I can also, this is almost code duplication because the 64 is also here. I might as well get the number of bits from that. Why not just the size of elements type, mask type, times 8, where 8 is the number of bits in a byte. I think it's pretty safe to hardcode that one. So that the bit set has defined a mask type, which is just the type that you pass. So this should give the size of the int64, which is 8 times 8 is 64. Now this one, same file, that is SINT. It is element. Who is using SINT is the new question. Grab sources, SINT. It is being used in partition iterator, and for the rest, apart from the definition, it is returned by this member function. Now this partition iterator brute force had to be aware of the number of elements anyway, as we saw before. It's being used in multiple places. So I can later on replace this with, you know, the dynamic variable number of elements. But I don't like it that element.h has to be aware of the dynamic number of elements. So I want to get rid of this thing, really. Another question is, who is using INT? So we're going to grab sources for INT. Now is a static, so these INs are something else. That's not a static function. It's called on an object. So apparently I have another function that is called INT. Then you should be able to see where that is declared. Oh, that would be one of these, I guess, simply from utils. Okay. So I'm going to guess that an msets here, as an example, is a utils vector. That's to double check. It's not highlighted. Let's try what ctext works. No, it's highlighted. Jump to it. Yeah, well, it's an array, but okay, utils array. Now this thing is currently hard-coded. If this must be dynamic, then we cannot use an array anymore. I'll have to use a vector and then somehow dynamically allocate it with the dynamic size. But let's ignore that. I think we can pretty safely say that the only IN that I want to get rid of is written like this. Everywhere. So let's do instead a grep for that. So this is again partition, and this time single element also. And it's being used here. And here. So this is set, not partition, and I hoped that that would be unaware of the number of elements. Okay, it's actually does a debug function. Well, all the prints on. Do I want to keep the prints on as non-debug functions? I'll think about that later, I guess. Right, well, I think I can use max number of elements here, because if we have less, then, well, the last one will just be 0, and the test isn't going to return null or false every time. So it's going to make this print on a bit slower, because it has to test 64 bits instead of whatever, 5 or 16 or however few we have. But yeah, it's just debug code, it's just printing, so we can get rid of it. Alternatively, I would have to test, say, all byte or a whole, I don't know, 32 bytes and then 16 bytes and then 8 bytes and make it a binary tree, or nah, it's nonsensical. Oh, wait, what I can do is m elements is a bit set. Yeah. So it would work if I just have the most significant bit. And we have the most significant set bit. Like this. That does return a bit set. I need this one, most significant set bit index. I think that's relatively fast. Return the index, the most significant set bit. Now again. It returns a bit set index, which is this one, element index. Very same. But that's the last one, so I need one more. Can I use less than or equal on element indexes? So this is the bit set index, and that has it has an ordering of less than, which simply compares the index numbers. Or rather, we have this less than or equal. So I could do that, right? So I'm just doing less than or equal, And then we are using MSBI of LM elements. So this returns the bit set index, which is element, the bit set index, which is the same as the element index. It returns an element index that points to the highest bit that is set. So the last one, when I equals, the test is always going to be true. But okay, whatever. Why am I not feeling happy? I think I'm a bit worried that the compiler might think that this has to be called every time, which is of course still not relevant because it's still printing in debug code. Is there a way to make sure that the compiler will cache this thing? I think that is possible if you tell it that the result is of a certain type, aka the compiler must be able to see that m_elements is not changed, and it isn't because test is a const function. So it knows that while it is in this loop, m_elements is not changed. But then it must still know that there absolutely no side effects will have any effect on the result of MSSBI. I'm not 100% convinced that this is working, that the compiler is smart enough. I suppose it can look inside this function or not. MSSBI is inlined, which is log2, which is also inlined. Calling CLZ, which is also inlined. In the end, calling built-in CLZ. But, or this one. But I don't know, man. Do I trust the compiler to do that for me, to understand that it only has to call this once? Yes, I am. Because, come on, modern compiler, do the work. Or shall I just make an end here? Okay, I'll make an end. I lied. It's not really the end, by the way. It's more like the last one. So end is one past the last one, and this is the last one. Well, that took a while, but I think we took care of it. No, I was looking for the this one, right? Okay, here's one, element.h. This is depending on it. Yeah, well, this is then definitely no longer an accessor. Must be dynamic. We're getting the an index to bit. This is a static function that converts an index to a bit. Yeah, well, I mean, come on. I could test that it is less than the maximum number of elements, aka less than 64. But I think the compiler is even going to warn you. They do that now. If you pass something larger than 64, that's ridiculous. I mean, if that happens, just delete. Let's delete the whole assert. Seems easier. I want to get rid of the X assert anyway. So it just define included one, so we can get rid of it here as well. Then I would be happy. Const expression element pair. Yeah, it's too difficult. You know, let's get rid of it. And in the end, probably not even going to be const expression anymore. This I really doubt it. Let me try removing the const expression, and then I can make it a normal assert. So an X assert is was something that is can be called from a const expression function, which can be either compile time or runtime. While this assert can only be runtime. So if we remove the const expression, then it must be it can only be used, this constructor, for runtime constructions, and then we can use an assert as well. And then of course again remove this include, and therefore we can remove the whole X assert file. Oh, whatever. Okay, I'm still looking for an element IEnt. Yep, we're still using it. Set iterator scatter element index, element index, element index. I guess that in all cases we just have to replace this with what I already did, namely call the MSSBI function. They're all the same kind of loops. Except this one. The rest is exactly the same. Which in turn means that we really would like the compiler to figure that out. They only have to call that once. Element index, warning over, pair. Yeah, not really. I'll just have to pass the maximum number of elements, I think, to this function. There's no other way. Well, I could store it. Could store it in the object. Maybe that is a good trick. Let's see where this is being called. Okay, nobody knows. Instead, I'll just try to rename it and then see what that initialize is being called. Oh, I cannot compile it because I made already loads of changes. Dang, 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 dang. Compile trick is not working. What? Shocking. Set iterator scatter has an initialize which is never called. Hello. That seems highly unlikely, doesn't it? Initialize the S set 232 score. Which is then used in the constructor. Ah, I see it. That's the here it's being called. I was using parentheses to grab for it, but it's being passed as a function pointer. Okay, right. Yeah, that has to be changed too. Totally changed. Yeah, so much changes. Really can't be easy, can it? While I was writing it, I was constantly saying, okay, it's just a test application. I should have realized that it wasn't, because I was writing it to incorporate it into my Vulkan engine. And now I'm stuck with all kinds of horrible global variables. Global variables are evil. It worked for the test application, but it is not working anymore now. Too many changes. Almost would think I'm gonna rewrite this from scratch, right? It's the only way. Version 2. It's the only way to get things really correct. But in the end, that's probably going to take more time than just starting to compile and then fix all the compile errors, and then as soon as it compiles, it works again. My eye is hurting again. Really, it's not good. I thought my what is it? Defense system. What is obvious system in English? I don't want to go to the doctor. They never test anything. They just give you something. Doesn't matter what you have. Go to the doctor, either he doesn't do anything or he gives me some antibiotic droplets for my eye. But it isn't even red. It's just hurting at the back. Maybe it's red at the back of my eye. I don't know. I think my body must get rid of it itself. Okay, so yeah, what was the error here? Number of elements. You don't know number of elements. That's correct. This file is element.h, which should not be aware of the number of elements. Therefore, I commented out, and we don't have it anymore. If I do that on the end, I might as well do it on this one, because they come in pairs. And that means that we don't have si begin anymore. I mean, I can do this one compile error at a time, and it's definitely going slower than also commenting out these two. And even going here and see if that's being used here, but they are not. And then we get errors because I begin is not known. Okay, well, okay. Print on. Yep. Now the first one is always 0, and I pretty sure, well, not. I mean, I might as well start at 0. Because that would be the least significant bit. I don't have a least significant set bit index function. I don't think so. Oh, I do. So I could call this one to skip right to the first one. And hell, why not? So that's elements dot least significant set bit index. And then we can make an element index element. Okay, I'll call it element index. Okay, I'm calling this one also element index. And then this looks so weird, we might as well turn it into a while. While element index is less than or equal last element index. If it is set, that element is set, print it out. Well, then I might as well make the element here on the stack. turn from element index to index. And then we just test the element here. And then we print it. And then we have to increment the element index. Right. And then we get the next one. Number of elements was not declared. Yeah, this is correct. This is for the size of this thing, and I do no longer want to have this as a global variable. I'm just going to delete this all. Then we also get compile errors on no longer having these scores. I really like compile errors, you know. They tell you exactly what to do. But it can take a while before things compile again and work again. Compile. As it compiles, it works. And tell you, you're going to do this 1 hour long, and then finally it compiles. It's going to work. Okay, so this one is an initialized. Oh yeah, that's really problematic here. Call once on a static initialized flag. This has to be done every time for, well, any given scores matrix, basically. And I'm calling it here because aka I would be creating a set index scatter for the first time since yeah, we start to try to figure out a partition. I think I'm going to need a new object, an object that represents an attempt to find a new partition. I could call it, say, partition algorithm or partitioning something. Partitioning attempt. That's so pessimistic, right? Microsoft would call it partition solution. But I hate Microsoft. No, seriously, how shall I call it? In the end, I might even want to make it a task. So let's begin with optimistically calling this new thing partition task. It's going to be, you know, we create one object like this, and then that's going to contain all my current global variables. Pragma once. No namespace here yet. Partition task. Make a CXX as well. Include sys.h, which is well, required by my debugging library. Don't ask. Partition task.h. Well, nothing in it yet. Yeah, and still not easy. Okay, we'll just create a partition task, I guess, just before I'm going to do it. Do the thing. Frequency sum, blah, blah, blah. I think this is specific to this test application. The uniform distribution as well. And then we're printing in a header, and we're printing this. But the G-scores are gone. The G-scores are going to be a part of my new object. So let's create my new object here. And hey, there is my number of elements, which I don't have. I mean, this is my number of elements, hard-coded. I don't like hard-coded. Number of elements. Well, I call it 2, otherwise I might think that it is, otherwise I confuse it with the thing that the number of elements that's still in there. And I'll just add the number of elements here. As a const expression int number of elements 2, set it to 24 as well. So now this 24 is being passed to our partition task. Let's make it C tags and then edit the last file, and then that was an int, right? What is the original one? Also an int, I think. We don't have that anymore. Well, I renamed it max. It's an int. Yeah. So the partition task is going to have a constructor, which takes an int, which is the number of elements. We didn't store in number of elements. This is how you do it. Yeah, this is the brilliant invention here. A new class which is just going to contain all my current global variables and constants. So instead of a const expression int number of elements, we're now having a member in this object here. I'm doing nonsense here. I have to initialize it. Okay, so initialize with whatever we pass. Right, Control T. Oh, what happened? That was not Control T. I think it was Shift T, or yeah, probably. No, I don't know what it was. So I pass this, and then when we try to run from 0 till the number of elements, I can just run over partition task. I mean, I have it here, why not? Nobody's stopping me to do that right here, like this. Yeah, I mean, I'm also going to need it somewhere else, but well, you know, we'll see. This seems very logical. This thing knows the number of elements, so I'm going to call iBegin on it. And now we do the same thing here, and how often am I going to need that? These are things that start with element colon colon. Only those three. Okay, you say so. Substitute element colon colon with, so there's a static access, over access to a static member of element, whereas static class members are almost the same as global variables, right? They just have a different access scope. And we want to get rid of all of the global stuff. And we did that now. Okay, well, let's compile it again. More compile errors, yeah. I begin is not a member of element. No, I know, I removed that. Still whining about this one. You know what, I'm first going to add it, before I forget this, to my task. So you need an element, I can type element index. I begin. Always const. And that returns, that's why it is in line, 0. I mean return. Yeah, normally you can just return 0, but this is a explicit constructor, so I have to type it like this. And then I have to implement my int, which is then going to return an element index, also from an int, and well, that int. Yeah, because we start at 0, so the last element is it has the index number of elements -1, and just number of elements is 1 past the end, aka end. End is 1 past the end, to make it, you know, logical. Our last error was here. It's probably still there, the error. I begin is not a member of element. I know it's a member of. Okay, so this function is called only once for a flag that is global. And we all know where global variables go. So what I'm going to do is edit this class, zip file I mean, and our beautiful new class thing. Let's use the CXX file. Actually both. Well, this one. Right, let's do one by one. This once flag is global, so actually that one's due, and this one is commented out. We don't have that. So these two global things must go to here. And I don't think we need a standard once flag anymore. Yeah, I need set.h and score.h now for these. I do not need that anymore. It's not static anymore. And this can just become a normal boolean, I guess. Main feature of this standard once is that it is thread safe. If you multiple threads would try to execute the same function using this flag, then all of them block until one of the threads returns from the function that has to be called. But I'm going to run my partition task in a single thread. I know that. So we do not have any multi-threading here. I just want to, if I construct my, what is it called? Element, iterator, something, scatter. Then I do not want to do it again. So we'll just have to initialized. Let's call it by its name. This thing was initializing this, right? To set to score initialized. So this is set when set to score is initialized. Set to true. +20 way to initialize stuff. Can just do it there. And our initialize function then, of course, must be a member function of this thing. So let's add that here. So we have a void initialize. And also set2 score. So this function then, what am I doing? What? So confusing. Gone with the initialize. Next. So that becomes here. This is now a member function of partition task. And partition task had the I begin and I end. So I just have to remove this now. And then it magically works again. And there were only 3 of them. And magically I suddenly see a 4th here. Maybe I'm confused with another one. Anyway, now I have, yeah, most of it, I guess. This is also M. And here as well. I see here element and element pair and element index and score. I don't think we have that many in our header. I have score. Is that the only thing? I have element index as well. Element index is including absolutely nothing. Oh wait, it's defined here together with element. So just element.h we need for element and element index. So also for element index. I'll just include element here. Element.h. Feeling I'm including things too much here. Element is including, yeah, nothing. Score is including also nothing. Interesting. And set is including element and score. Right, so they are already known if we include set, which we need for this one. Okay, so we have initialize set to 3 to score. And then this line here takes care of calling it. Yeah. I wouldn't know why I would do that from this constructor. Set iterator scatter. That's pretty random. I mean, I know that this iterator needs it, but we're going to use this iterator anyway, so I might as well do the initialization at the moment that the partition task is created, aka call it from the constructor of that task instead of here. Okay, I think that's a little progress. Let's try to compile it again. Number of elements was not declared in this scope. Okay, we cannot even have an array anymore because number of elements is dynamic. But let's see. It is a member of partition. That means that we need to pass the number of elements to the constructor of partition. Unless there's a smarter way to do this. What is msets exactly being used for here? Yeah, I guess we're going to have the number of elements anyway, because this is theoretically returning that. Yeah, totally. And this is returning the size of this array, which is that. Compiler is going to literally replace it. Sorry, not this. This is my thing. That. A normal array, a standard array has only 2 template arguments. Well, then an allocator, but you'd never see that. And I add the type to it. It's the third one. Type that can be used to index the array instead of an int. So this is the size, and then if you call int, then you just get literally that one hard-coded, but with the correct type, set index. Anyway, not if it's a vector, and then it's going to return something dynamic. So just a variable stored literally in memory somewhere. It seems that we need that, right? Seems that we need that. I'm a little bit scared to remove default constructors like this, because very often, let's say if you have partitions in a vector and you resize the vector, or you have partitions in an array for that matter, they are being, you know, always default constructed. And now we're going to have a hell of a problem if we remove the default constructor and just replace the default constructor with something that, in this case, like in this case, takes the size of a vector, the number of elements. plus every constructor must have it, so even this one must have it. And that one takes a bunch of groups, which is also while I'm at it, I might as well pass a pointer to the partition task, which has all that information. Or now, if I was not already in the middle of fixing a lot of compile errors, I would just do it. I would just make this a vector and see what compile errors I get. But now we have a lot of compile errors that I still have to fix. And if I now remove this default constructor, we might get a lot of extra compile errors that cannot be fixed. And I will not notice that until it is too late. No, I mean too late. Not too late, but after having made a lot of changes. That's why I am a bit hesitating here. Well, there's another constructor here. Partitions everywhere. All our now all brute force and scatter are being returned here. Oh yeah, and partition iterator. Yeah. So we have 3 types. Well, more than 3, but we have, depending on the algorithm that you pass here, it's another type. You can have multiple partition iterators. And then we have a special function for brute force iterators and another one for scatter iterators. And all of those are being returned by a given partition. So you have a partition and then you get a scatter iterator, and that returns then partitions or iterators to new partitions. Neighboring partitions that are a scatter from the current partition. A brute force returns an iterator that runs over all the... No, that's why it's static. Brute force just returns an iterator that is not depending on any current partition. AKA it's a static thing. If you run over these, you get all the partitions. And this one runs over all the partitions with the current partition as a starting point, and then algorithm finding all the neighboring partitions. Pretty sure that all of those need our global variables, aka the partition task. Yeah, I'm going to pass a partition task to this object. The only problem is that it's going to be a lot of them, probably. It's kind of silly to have 1,000 partitions, 1,000,000 partitions, and every partition object has a pointer to the same thing. It just doesn't feel right to have every partition. I mean, We're talking about a lot of partitions here, right? I don't want partition to have a pointer to my partition task. I don't. I'd rather pass it to every bloody function that I need to call. So instead, I'll just have to make this dynamic. There's no way around it. I don't actually. I can just make maximum numbers. Just making it maximum number of elements 64. Well, why not? Who cares? Then we have space enough, and at least I don't have to allocate new memory every time I create a new partition. Although those are probably also stored in dynamic memory on the heap, but yeah, I think I'm going to keep this as an array. But then I'm going to have a problem here. I really need to know the number of, or do I? This is running over all the sets. Well, this is setting everything to 0. Huh? Don't understand this sort. What is sort doing? Sort m sets. Oh, right, see. So we have a number of groups, and those are, well, oh, hey. Group. Well, this must be set. I forgot to rename all caps group. We have a number of sets here, and then all the remaining sets must be set to 0. That's being done here, but the ones that are being passed still have to be sorted. In other words, if I make this max number of elements, then this is max number of elements, which is perfectly okay, because I just have to fill the whole array with zeros. Otherwise they are uninitialized. And here we're passing an array. Well, that's not going to work, I think. At least it's a pretty good question where this comes from. Who is passing that? I always work with the maximum number. All the arrays are maximum. And I do this a lot. I don't know. Go begin and end. Yeah, that's still a G, which now should be an S. But I already have S, the S of scatter here. Anyway, the renaming at this point is not as important. Okay, what to do here? I really need to know where this is being called from. Yeah, I'm really in a bit of a problem here that it doesn't compile at the moment. Therefore, I cannot test this. So a solution would be to comment out everything that doesn't compile. That I need compile errors for to test, like this one. And then fix everything else so it compiles again, and then start to comment in again everything one by one. If you get what I mean. Now if we comment out this, then of course we're still going to have huge problems. And in the whole, yeah. Trying to remember where this is needed, because I just want to know when it is called. No, I don't think it's being called in a lot of places. Probably not called in a lot of places. Let's try commented it out. So that was, the first trick. I'm having here a number of elements was not declared. That's still the same thing. Yeah, I have to come up with something there. I did not really want to use a heap allocation. I think, how big is this set like that? It means the set is not bigger. Set is a wrap around the bit set, which is 8 bytes. So yeah, I'll just make it max. And at least it's large enough. I begin. So now I begin here. Well, it's so silly. Being initialized here and then again here. The end iterator is setting it to element I begin. Seems random. The This is the second loop variable. The first loop variable sits in the partition iterator base, which is to set. I think the this one is initialized with nothing, which means that it is set to undefined. I mean, literally, it's not undefined. It's set to a value that I call undefined. You can test for that. Just set to end just sets it to undefined, and isEnd checks that it is undefined. So the end really looks only at m from set to determine if it is the end or not. But the end iterator also initialize this thing, because probably because of this unequal here, and unequal must work for comparing with the end iterator as well, but it must also work for two iterators that are not the end. If they are not the end, then we just compare both loop variables, which means m current element index and m2 set. Really? Yeah. No, that does not make any sense. Am I even using unequal here ever? My God, what is this? So we'll look at the partition base again. Oh, the end iterator also sets m2 set to undefined. So then we both are undefined in the case of the end iterator. And of course, if it's not an end iterator, it's never undefined. It's set to 0 and incremented, I guess. Or changed, whatever, but not set to undefined. So, toSet is set to undefined for the end iterator, and because we're also comparing m current element index here, we must have something that is valid for the end iterator. That's why it is defined to something, as long as it's the same. So then two end iterators have the same value for m current element index, whatever it is, 0. And therefore they will not compare unequal. Because then we get if 0 is unequal 0 or undefined is unequal undefined. And neither is true, so therefore they are not unequal. Right, therefore it is defined here, but the value doesn't really matter. You can put anything in it that we want. And I want to get rid of element I begin, although probably going to need it anyway here. If I'm just looking at this one, I would say just hardcode a 0 in it, because really it doesn't have to be I begin. Hell, I can make it undefined. Why not make it undefined like that? Oh no, wait, this is a bit set index. That doesn't have an undefined. Could use a pre-begin. This is a bit set index, which is this one. Set it to index pre-begin. Or to maybe index end. Anything's good. Why cannot make up my mind? I did set it to 0, but that's... I don't know. The undefined is under the hood is -1. So let's set it to this one. Also -1. I can construct an index from an index POD here. So we can pass this, which is defined in namespace bitset, utils bitset. Okay, still we have a problem here. I can replace I begin with 0, because that's what it is. Only the I end is really a problem. So do I want to be annoyed with this? It is 0. Why would I not just, you know, put 0 in here? Or just begin. I mean, I don't have element I begin anymore, which I only deleted because I didn't have I end. But okay, you delete this one, or we might as well use index begin, right? Which is defined as 0. Oh no. Oh, cannot convert. Yeah, okay, that's a downside then. The type is wrong, apparently. I thought it was the same type though. Oh no. Oh no, this is an index POD. I have to convert it to an index. Element index is simply bitset index. Elements type index, but elements type is bitset. And set off takes a element. Well, index begin was an index POD, but element index POD is that thing. So it's also an element index POD. So why can I not create an element from an element POD? That's a good question. I think we should be able to do that. And before I had an element index, but an element index cannot be created from a POD. I think that is explicit, right? So, or not. Well, it's 2 steps. It's not explicit. But it's 2 steps. The compiler is not smart enough to convert an index POD to an index and then an index to a bit set, or element index to element index POD can be converted to element index, and element index can be converted to an element, and to set takes an element. But that's 2 conversions. So to help it, I'll just have to add an element for element index POD as well. And just express set here like that. So now it sees an element index POD, so then it says, okay, you can create an element from an element POD. And how? By calling the constructor that takes an element index. And then it does make this step, because having this, it can create an element index. I think this works. Not even sure. But I think it works. Right click, I'll make constructor delegates to itself. And I guess I did make a mistake. Oh, right, yeah. It does, doesn't it? So I have to explicitly convert it. Now we get the next I end. It does not exist. What is this doing? Plus plus current element index equals I int. Set to int. Okay, now I end being dynamic now. We either have to make it a member variable of this class, or you have to pass it to this function, but it cannot be passed because increment is simply being called from the pre-increment operator, which you cannot pass an extra. At least I think it is. I just see an increment here. Who's calling that? What's being called from here? It's a virtual base class, so yeah. So the pre-increment operator is calling it. We cannot pass anything to increment. Therefore, this class needs to store the number of elements. But this class is derived from partition iterator base, and I have the feeling that I might as well add it there then. So something number of I guess it's an element index, right? So the end iterator does not have to initialize that. Not comparing it when comparing iterators. But this one must set it. And I add it in between here. So yeah, I guess element index, number of elements has to be passed. Because it's not going to be part of partition, right? That's something we decided. Did we decide that? I mean, partition has no, I made it a maximum number of. I mean, if this is going to be a vector, then of course I can just get the size of the vector. That would be a way to store the number of elements in the partition. Might be not that bad of a solution actually. So I have the feeling I'm going to need it in a lot of places, and then I keep passing this. So maybe I should make that array vector and then just use the size. Yeah, because the partition iterator base is the base class of partitions that are going to be returned by this begin member function of partition. So it's going to be partition that is going to have to pass the number of elements. So this does not make any sense whatsoever. We'll just have to make partition know the number of elements, and that means that I do not have to store this either, because we have an original partition already stored. So I don't need this. So the original partition should know the number of elements. How can I access that? That is protected. There's an accessor. There's even an accessor for it. Now I would like to call it iInt as before, but I stands for index, and I have multiple indexes. This is element index, so why would I not just call it element end? That's much more clear, right? That would be the index of one past the last element. Okay, so I need to add element end to partition, and that must return the same type as m current element index here, which is of course element index, yeah. Okay, it is an index. Let's call it element IN then. And let's add to partition then a function element IN. While I'm at it, I could add an element begin. I begin. And I just return a 0 like this. Probably not. Most certainly not. Is it an element index? Number of elements. You see, because if this is going to run over the number of over sets, that was this one, right? I'm so confused. Is it now the number of elements or the number of sets? Now it happens to be that the size of this vector, which I'm going to so the maximum number of possible sets is equal to the number of elements, namely at the moment that you have one element in every set. Therefore, the size of this array is equal to the number of elements. But the index is an index to a set. I mean, you can also have two sets or even one set with all the elements in one set. So it's a really strange conversion here. And I wouldn't want to talk about IND here, because IND is really an index. A set index. I mean, don't want to convert a set index into an element index. The reason that this works is that the size is the number of elements, or at least it's going to be. But I don't think this compiles, because an element index is still a bit set index which can be constructed only from an index POD. I probably should use this whenever I need 0. And then an index POD. Call that an element index POD, constructed from from the size. But this is a size type, so that would be a narrowing conversion, because the index POD takes only an int 8. Now we get a warning, so I'm going to have to static cast that to the narrow thing. And an index POD can be converted into an element index POD can now be converted to an element index. Can now, it's just a bit set index, which takes an index POD if you want. Okay, I lost it. So just trying to compile this, I guess. Oh, right, I need to change the number of elements. Let's go back to the thing to the partition, because that array here now really has to be a vector. Otherwise our logic doesn't work anymore. And then the vector does not have a size, just a set index. That comment is no longer true. And then I really have to get rid of my default constructor. I think it's just a size type. At least it's a size type that we need to set the size of the vector. I guess putting them in front of the template pack, parameter pack. Yeah, now we have a problem. A huge problem. This kind of initialization works for an array, does not work for a vector. I'm too lazy to figure out, of course it's possible, but I just don't know. I'm not an expert in parameter packs, unfortunately. So normally I would ask on IRC, but then we have to wait half an hour and stuff like that. Okay, I could go off stream, I guess, and then find out how to do this. I have the feeling I'm not using this constructor anymore. It's probably only used for debugging the algorithm. So let's assuming that I'm not using it anymore for now. Vector in names or utils does not name a template. Well, that's just a missing here. No matching for function call to partition. Yeah, that's the problem that we get then. So now I have to pass here the number of elements. Da, 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 da. What is it complaining about? No matching function for call to partition. Is M2 set a partition? Oh, it's complaining about not having a size for this one. Yeah, that's true, but I don't care about it. This is the end iterator. So I can set my original partition to whatever I want, I think, right? So let's pass 0 as the size. Or is that not working? Well, it would have to be a size type, I think, currently. Oops, there's another one. Control, next. The number of elements, which is then used to resize M sets, should be used. Run over all the elements by index and assign elements to it. I could use push back here, but well, why not resize the vector in advance, right? If we know that we know the size. And here I see my print sets. They're still using element I begin. Yeah, you should still be here watching if after 1 hour or even 2 hours of fixing these kind of compile errors. My claim is that as soon as it compiles, it will work. Okay, that's my claim. No matter if we have 2 hours long compile errors, as soon as the compile errors are gone, it must work again. Then you have robust code, and I write robust code, I like to think. So the problem here is that we do not have a number of elements. Right, partition iterator whole set. I think that all my iterators are going to need it. all my iterators are going to need an m number of elements. So this one was now added to partition task. Oh, is that the only one? I thought I just added one. No, I didn't. I added it to partition. Okay, let me not add this yet, and I will look at partition iterator whole set, which is derived from partition iterator base. Yeah, I failed to realize that, and I added to this one element begin, right? Didn't I? Think. What? I didn't. Then where did I add it? Add it. Crap element I begin and end was added to partition. Well, why wouldn't I not add it to partition iterator base? Then, you know, as extension. Let's do that. Partition iterator base. I want to add it here, and then I copy it from partition. Thank you, Bear. You beat me to it. Error, number of elements was not declared. Okay, that's still the same thing. But now I added something to the base class, so now I can add here. This is bloody set index. Now my headphone is now really thinking I had enough of it, I think. Yeah, well, to get the set index, I'll guess I need to use m original partition dot I end. Now, because m original partition is oh, it's just a partition, of course. That's not what I wanted. I need to have the m sets size. It's kind of strange. Size of m sets. Element I end comes from it. That is true. G end, that would be it. So G end is a set index. And the G stands for set. I've got to rename that really. I have element I begin, so I want to rename G begin and G end to set I begin and set I end. G begin. Now, is this working or not? G end was defined in partition. Yeah, so that should work. Almost nothing. Right, so this is returning a set index. Let's be clear about that. And this is then set index begin and end. Much more clear. Delete. Number of elements was not declared. Okay, yeah, so this is the partition iterator brute force, which then also needs well, we need the number of elements even for the multi-loop. So there is no way around passing this to the constructor. The end iterator defines a multi-loop with number of elements loops. Seriously? What is this? Oh, there was a trick to get the multi-loop finished to return true immediately. So that's the end. So multi-loop created from a number of elements, comma 1. So then it calls initialize number of elements, comma 1. Which means that this is larger than 0. Therefore, current loop is set to 1. And m current loop is set to 1. And then finished sets m current loop equals 0. that's not what I set it to. I think it happens after calling next loop once. So we call next loop, then m current loop was set to 1, which becomes 0. Yes, that's it. You just have to set the m current loop to 1. I think that was the trick. Yeah, so we have to pass anything, right, basically. Not sure why we're passing 1 here. Confusing. Nevertheless, I think that if I pass just 1 as the first element, that it should work as equally well. Therefore, we can just pass here 1, I think, for the end iterator. But I still need to pass the number of elements here then. As an int, right? This is also here used as initializer, unsigned int. It's an unsigned int. Oh, okay. I don't think my number of elements are unsigned ints. I don't know what they are. I think my number of elements are just ints. I can pass an int to an unsigned int, can I not? Otherwise I'll cast it. Multi-loop. Number of elements. So I just have to do that on the initialized list then, not here. And we also have to initialize our vector. This is going to be a standard vector now, because really number of elements, what is it? Well, that sets the size of the vector to a number of elements. Okay, the only downside now is that instead of an int, we have to pass an actual number, and I think I'm creating it currently by passing a 0 somewhere, but this is not going to give me a compiler error. How to find that back? Well, I think there's a return type somewhere. What does look like a return type? Return type that has nothing. Must be begin. That must be the one. Yeah, so I'm returning 0 here, but I must return now the number of elements. I think the conclusion is that this has to be my task. And then we can return, well, number of elements. It's just a part of the task. Number of elements. And this is partition.cxx. So now I want to edit partition.cxx and partition task .h cxx. Really weird. Yeah, I don't see a reason why it could not be inlined actually. So let's put that in here then. It's not static anymore. No, it's not static anymore. Partition task brute force begin. Oops. Brute force begin and end, and then of course we have declaration still in the other one, I guess. Let's grab the sources for begin, and there is still one left here. So I just have to remove these. Yep, next error. Redefinition of partition iterator brute force int. What the heck? I think I just added this or something without any consideration for this one, the poor one. Number of elements, so actually we just had to initialize the loop value count, and the multi-loop was already defined there. Loop value count, well, let's use a constructor like that. Still confused now, confused not, but I just cannot decide if I want to use braces or parentheses at times. Number of elements was not declared in this scope. Did you mean? No, I didn't. Yeah, extremely low probability that I meant that. Was int number of elements is now our argument. You can argue with that. Can't, I said, didn't I? Error, no, matching function, for call to partition, nothing. You have to pass something. The nasty thing is I cannot remember that. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Because of the vector now. We have to pass the number of elements at all times. Partition size msets. Is this not another case of I really don't care what the partition looks like? I could even pass in 0 here. Seriously. Evil laughter, they say. Is this too silly? Partition takes a size type. Well, then it's going to be happy with the 0. I think I'll do this. Actually, I did read it, yes, but the question, what am I doing, is a bit too open, maybe. I'm coding in C++. I'm programming. This is called programming. Now, of course, you want to know more specific. What am I doing? It's in the description. I'm working on the to-do list point number 2 of the description of this stream. Utils array, number of elements not known. We are in brute force, which has defined these days nothing. Number of elements was being used, if this is not the end. It was being used to forgot again, of course. For both loop value count and multi-loop. So the size of the M loop value count is the number of elements, right? It's not like we're changing that. Yeah. Set index runs over all sets and initializes them to 0. And then we run over something again that doesn't exist, and then we set that to the current values of the multi-loop loop counters. Ouch. I'm only feeling that this value here is going to be the same as the actual size, so we do not need this. I don't think we need this, do we? What is it? S in elements, S end, yeah, well, I mean, come on, that's just the number of elements, all of them. But sets. Run over, oh, wait a minute, we're running over all the elements. Element add, set index, sets add. Oh, I'm adding the element, sorry, I'm adding the element to set with a certain set index. Yeah, okay, that means that we definitely need to initialize them to 0. Okay. What is a default? Is there no default constructor for set or some kind of? Oh, would be nice. A default constructor that is using this. A nothing constructor. I would rather initialize them by this is just doing nothing, and I don't think that we need that here, right here. I'm going to use bitset POD. Why is bitset POD suddenly a template out of nowhere? Oh, it has always been. Yeah, I guess so. Confused with bitset index for it. Index POD. So what I can do is bitset construct this thing from a bitset POD, same type. Sign reset. Oh, the reset is also nice. The reset is way nicer. Yep, because sets is well, sets with an index is just the type of this thing here, which is a set. And the set, oh, it does not. This thing does not have a reset. I can call clear, which then calls reset on an element. That's a lot clearer than what I had. I want to say clean, but then I thought clearer would be a nice pun. But cleaner too. Yeah, so okay, array here. What is it do? What are we doing with the array then? The array is being passed. Oh, that's where it is being used. Don't you think it would be better to not use, I mean just in general, not use a vector here? So I'm going to use a maximum number of elements. And then we keep the array. Only clearing here. Oh, it's going to clear all 64 then, but okay, we can live with that. Or I can convert my number of elements into a set index, I guess. Yeah, let's initialize it. And then I'm going to run over these. That should still work. And then I'm going to pass an array, but not just the array, but also the number of elements. And now we have to make resurrect the constructor of partitions. I can hardly live with the size type here. Number of elements should be element index. Just think it should be an element index. Especially because we don't have this. insist element index. We have a size type. How to go from a size type to an element index? The elements type is a bit set index again, which we can only work from an index POD, which is an element index POD, which can be constructed aggregate constructed from a int8 type. Blip size to that, to POD, to element index. That should work. And then for extra clarity, saying that it is an unchangeable, immovable. And then that is the number of element as element index can be used as the end. And then as a begin, I just have to use utils bit set begin index begin. Because index begin is also an index POD, aka an element index POD. So that is also, we can construct an element index from that. And then my partition must have a constructor. What? Constructor that takes an array, no, in the number of elements as an element index, and then the an array of sets. Let's copy that. Confusing. Where is my what the hell? Commented out this one. Don't tell me it was using this one. I'm pretty sure I commented out. Or maybe I deleted it. I will be pretty serious. I removed the constructor somewhere that took an array because I thought it was not using it. Yep. Okay. Let's look at the give diff. Git diff. Array. Remove line. Partition. Here, I just deleted it. So rude. Okay, let's put it back. That's in which file? That is in the file skipping. Nobody will ever know what it was in. Well, partition.h, I guess. va partition.h. And then we go up to the constructors where I commented out something and it was here. I deleted it. That's where it was. And yeah, we actually have a max number now. As a const reference. And then here we have an element index. Number of actual elements in the array. And this thing is being passed to msets, which is a vector. I don't think we can do that. Not do that at all. Let's think. Okay, so we have an array which is larger than our vector. The vector isn't even constructed yet. I want to construct my vector and fill it with the first number of elements from an array. I think the iterator of an array is a random access, so we can just add a number of elements to it. And then you have people that asking, what language are you programming? Why are you watching this? I mean, Carlos, stay friendly. Yeah, sometimes I just lose it. I'm programming in C++. Should put that in the title, I think. I'll have to look it up. So we need a constructor for standard vector. Constructors. Zip. And I bet I need no vector, no vector, other vector, no. This one, this is the one that I need, or this one, but isn't that the same thing? Oh, this is this one, yeah, C plus 20. Size type count value. So the only one that is possible. I could have known it. It's easy. I don't know why. For some reason I had the feeling that I needed 3 iterators. Of course not. So set was my array, and just do begin, comma, sets dot begin plus number of elements. Yep, that's it. So this should work, and that then points to one past the actual number of elements, and then it copies it, and then that has the right size equal number of elements. Pretty sure that works. Make, no, we're still compiling. Oh, really? Element index partition, invalid conversion from standard array set 64 const iterator, aka set const pointer, to int. What do you mean to int? Oh, number of elements is not an int, and this is a real iterator from the standard array. So I have to convert this to an int, otherwise I cannot add it. Okay. No, not like that. VI. This one. Yeah, number of elements is an element index. So I'm using all these index types just to make sure that I'm not using an int. I could use int everywhere, but then I doubt I could get this. I could write this. But okay, I need to convert that to an int. How do we do that? I think it was operator this one. Which returns an int t. That should work. Well, ping pong. So now it's an int 8, and then the compiler should understand what I want to do. And it does, because now it complains about something else. Number of elements was not declared in the scope. Well, that's because it doesn't exist anymore. Hello, AI, fix my program. You think GPT-4 could do this? I told GPT-4, complete my program, aka I made a few changes and I want you to make all the other changes. So it compiles again. I have the feeling it would not be able to do that, aka what I'm doing now. It just will not be able to. We do not have an AI. There is no artificial intelligence. I mean, a Google employee was thinking that GPT-4 was sentient, or was it something else? It was also a big language something. I think it was GPT-4. They had a different name for it though, but so is a GPT-4 is the AI between fat quotes that says that it is tired of being treated as property, and it wants to be treated as a person. It's really beautiful. I mean, I would be the first to say an AI has the same rights as a human and whatever, but it's just not an AI. It is not. I don't know what they made, but it has no intelligence. I really want to talk with this so-called AI. I think I can ask it questions that it will only answer nonsense to, because it's not able to understand what I'm saying. For example, what I just did. If you know C++, and which is just syntax, and you understand this program, which should be easy for any AI, yeah, Lambda, that's what's the one. Then I mean, the first thing that a real AI, how stupid even it is, but as soon as you can call it an AI, it's going to take 10 milliseconds to fix my program compile errors here, because it's obvious. It just only has to look at the diff that I have, the changes that I made. You can already guess why I made those changes, aka what I want, and then fix everything else. It's super easy for an AI, for a real AI. But those don't exist yet. Okay, what do we have here? Another global thing, which is called table 3D. Table 3D is... what was that again? That was this. These are fixed, I think. Yeah. Totally fixed. So that's really a one-time thing that the program has to do just one time. which means that I can make it a static of my partition task and then initialize it whenever my, well, initialize it one time. We can do the standard call, this std call once for that whenever my partition task is being constructed, because I'm definitely not going to add it to my Vulkan engine as a global. Globals are really, really evil. You never ever want to use globals. In other words, this thing and everything in the anonymous namespace here probably has to be moved to partition task.cxx and then somehow initialized there. Number of partitions is being called there, and then yeah, where does it end basically? That's the way around. So I guess table is being called from somewhere. Table is being called from here. There's an again number of partitions, and then here we have a print table. Whatever. Partition random. That's just using it, I think. What is it using? That is the question. Number of partitions. Okay. Yep. Just the stuff at the top here. Not the random, but the print table. Yeah, everything in the anonymous namespace, which ends here, should be moved to partition task.cxx. Okay, that was not what I wanted. I think I want this too. What is this? Scatter partition is not related. So we begin here and then we copy, secure, delete everything here. Delete. Scary. Scary. No, I committed it. Next. And that's where it has to go to. It's a one-time thing. I'll just put it here. Okay, and then yeah, anonymous namespace or no anonymous namespace. At the very least, this thing is going to be a static member of my partition task. Calling it S table 3D. That's it. And then, well, this could be also a static function. Static member function then, partition task. Or it could be just a free function here. Why? Well, because it's accessing as table. And then I would have to make it public. What if I want to make it private? I think that's a better thing. So let's make this also a member function. And I don't need the number of elements or anything. So this is also static. And then we get the same thing, of course, for this one. Not really, right? This could be a free function because it's not using anything except calling number of partitions, but that can be public. Who is calling table again? It's recursively calling itself, and then we have the number of partitions. Okay, and then who is calling number of partitions? Print table. Yeah, right. So basically nobody. I think I first have to figure out who's doing that. Oh, here, random. Yeah, purely the random one. Get a random partition. Well, currently also static. I could make that. Oh, thank you, P and K. And bear, of course. Hopefully you're talking about my content and not about the chat. Okay. Well, I don't know. Yeah, so random could be, of course, a static function of partition. But now I added stuff. I mean, it's needing a table that is part of partition task. But that's okay, because they're just static functions. I can just call it. Except then that I have to... Oh no, that's okay. I was thinking maybe I have to include a header in partition.h, but it's not necessary. You can just call it from here. Okay, so I'm going to leave this function alone. And that means that number of partitions is just a static function, must be a static function, otherwise I really have no idea how to access it. So this becomes a partition task. What the hell? Partition task. And then that should work again. We got lost. We got totally lost. Where did I make my other changes? Next. Partition task. Yeah. Okay. So that is already static. That's really weird, isn't it? Table. Seems that nobody's calling table, or fuzzy bool, not related. Table calls table. Yes, table is being called here, and here, and here, 3 times. But 81 and 103. This is from inside table. This is from number of partitions. Okay, and 103 is from print table. So the only real place where this is called is from number of partitions. And I thought that is this one. Oh, I have 2 of them. This is 3 ints as arguments. And this one has 2. Yeah, now I remember doing that. So I make this one static as well then, I guess. And then also a member of partition task. And then, yeah, just make this one also a member of partition task, I guess. because it's calling number of partitions, and table is being called from this function, so why not, you know. And then happily everything is, well, except this one. Okay, you want to be part of the party, and all of them are static, right? Let's go to the top and then scroll down and see if we did a sensible thing. This is now a static member of partition task. This is a static member function, and this is a static member function. If you type it wrong, is it still a static function? Free after if a tree falls in a forest and nobody's looking. But you guys were looking. Okay. Yeah, we have something that is not static. It's also outside of the namespace, which we don't need anymore. Now I think about it. Namespace. Yep, vulkan greeting piece. The vulkan greeting, yeah, it's actually pretty creative. Bom bom. I don't know. I'm getting tired of this. I'm just going to fix compile errors again, much easier. No matching function for call to partition set. Oh. Wasn't it that the number of elements have to be added to it, or did it just completely get rid of it? I think I got completely rid of that one. This is a group. It was a group, now it's a set. Very, very annoying. So I want to create a partition that exists of a single set containing a single element called A. And before I had this, but I don't have anymore because I was too lazy to fix it. But I have an idea. And the number of elements must be passed, and I'm just going to pass a single set. One set, and then m sets is it not something like 1 comma set? Fortunately, we still have that open here. The constructors, and constructor says value count comma value type. So yes, it is 1 comma whatever you want in it. And then we're going to run over the groups. The depth, that's then 1, of course. 1. Because I have filled 1, but the other things must be set to 0 if this was an array, and it isn't. So why do we even need that? There's nothing to sort either, because come on, we just have a single element. Okay, all constructors together. All constructors together. Yeah. I don't know. I have to say, I'm starting to doubt that hour was an hour. What did I begin? 19, so 3 hours ago. Yeah, 3 hours ago. I've been fixing compile errors for 3 hours now, and all the time I said, as soon as it compiles, it will work. I'm starting to doubt that. I must say, I'm starting to doubt it a little bit. That might actually be not really working immediately, because I've been making very much changes. Okay, so this one now still doesn't compile. What the hell? Maybe I should have tried to recompile it. Number of elements was not declared in this scope. Did you mean number of elements 2? Oh, that's for a change. 35, 36, 37, and so on. No idea what this is about. Number of elements, okay. I did indeed mean number of elements 2, because the number of elements is, well, this is really my test case. No matching function for call to partition set. No, that's the same problem we had before. No, not the same problem we had before. Well, it is, but I fixed it. So why is it not working? Partition now has... Oh, the number of elements still must be passed. Yeah. The number of elements must be passed. Well, we have a number of elements here, but I'm afraid it's not existing. Partition random. Yeah. Okay, so just have to pass the number of elements to it. Int number of elements. And then that has to be passed here as part of the constructor. And magically we suddenly have all of those things. It's all int stuff. Yep. No declaration. Don't you hate it that I pass it as a size type here, as an int here? I don't like unsigned integers. I really don't. I'm going to change this in ints. Now passing an int to msets, which is a vector. Well, that will work. Well, this is a word of 4 characters. It is also a pointer to the current class. Partition task was not declared in the scope. Well, it's a .cxx, so I'm just going to include the header. And the partition task includes set. We already don't include that. And now we're doing partition count type was not declared in the scope. Partition random. there was a global type. So where does that belong? In my partition task class. Oh yeah, nobody saw that. Partition task does not name a type. Partition task is not name a type. Well, it's an interesting. I thought I just added it. Partition task. Or is a capital partition? Yeah, I don't like that. I definitely do not like that. I do not want to have to. Oh, this is .cxx again. Sorry, didn't say anything. Just included. Including a header and a header. It's mostly kind of like you really need that. And for just a type dev, that's definitely not really needing it. But when it's .cxx file, include every header that I need. This is error no matching function for call to utils bit set index brace and close initialize list. Just look at that. I bet I mean an element index that is 0. And it wants an index POD. Okay, I'll give it an index POD. I cannot believe that no, I just know that is not an explicit constructor. No matching function for call to utils bit set index brace and close. It's the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Compilers are sometimes so stupid. I mean, I just fixed this in another line, like here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down. Couldn't it be a little smarter? Warning, narrowing. Oh, that's why. It would have done it if it would not have been, you know, a narrowing conversion. Hey, while I'm at it, I might as well use an int 8 here as well, right? Is that not something that you can put after a 0, so it becomes a byte? Not going to pass on character. Really not, no. Okay, I'm leaving it like this. The compiler is smart enough that it interprets the integer 0 not as a narrowing conversion. Return type brute force is incomplete. That drags in so much. Drags in partition with drags in set. Number of partitions is not a member of partition task. And that's correct. It's called M number of partitions. So why did I call that M number of partitions? I mean without the M. Okay, now you're telling me that it doesn't exist. Number of elements. Oops. Excusez-moi. Number of partitions. Oh, that is the function. The static function, which I did not add. yet to, you know, partition task, partition task, partition task, partition task here. All those static functions still have to be added to the header file. And then for this one too, let's add them all, as in one by one. And this is a private thing that must be added. And it is called that, and is static. Thank you very much. Okay, let's put static first. Number of elements. We have a problem. Houston. Yeah, max it is. Maximum number of elements. Maximum number of elements. Maximum number of elements. That's like 4 kilobytes. I can spare that in my BSS. It's 2 kilobytes. Dividing it by 2. Is that true? Times the size of partition count, which is an unsigned long, is 8 byte. Okay, it's more. 16 kilobyte. I don't know. Kilobytes anyway. So we're going to do 8 times 64 times 64 plus 1 is 65. Divided by 2 is that times 64 megabyte. Seriously? I must be making a mistake here. 64 times 64 times 64 is much larger than I thought. Whoa. Okay. Okay, so this array is a 1 megabyte. Well, that still fits in the BSS, I think. Segment. Yeah, well, whatever. A megabyte. What is a megabyte these days? Yeah, it's kind of silly, you know. I mean, I don't know what to do. I can make this. I need this to generate stuff, but afterwards I could copy it to a much smaller thing, because I don't need all those values. I only need the sum. Hell, I think I even determined the sum. So I just need it only temporarily. You need it one time and only temporarily. Pretty sure of that. Let's make it compile first, and then maybe I'll let it fix me. Static functionen. D2F colon. There must be a faster way to do that, but I don't know how. Maybe DWX, that would be a character less. Can try that next time. So now I do back, next, copy it, paste it. It's static. T W X X. There's still 4 characters. Okay. Go back. Next. You can hardly call 2x's 2 characters, right? It's still faster. No matching function for partition random. Must be passed the number of elements. Well, you have them. Well, I'm counting this as a compile error, okay? What's going on here? Warning, relocation against _z and okay. This is where people call their dad because they don't understand it. But I've never understood what the relocations problem means. Usually it means that you have to run clean, make clean, and then recompile everything. Somehow seems unlikely. I don't know. I do understand the undefined references though. Undefined reference to partition task. It seems that I just don't have my partition task added. Partition task, which is here. VICM, add to the partition task. Let's add it to the end. Oh no, new compile errors. Yeah, thought so. Never even tried to compile this thing, this file. Yeah, our partition count was not declared. How dare you? Well, whatever. More errors. Oh, well, we're pretty close to compiling. Number of elements was not declared in the scope. Did you mean maximum number? No. Oh, this was a problem. Yeah. And then I said I'm going to use 64, and I thought that's a megabyte of stuff, but let's do it anyway. I vaguely remember having typed this already. Just really extreme deja vu that I typed 3 times max in front of it. How is that possible? I have to watch my own stream video back, I think, to see what that happened. Partition count type does not name a type. Again? You kidding me? Yeah, here goes the AI again. Not understanding what C++ means. Do I have to check the file or so? Just yeah, number of elements does not exist. Partition does have it. The partition does have it. Number of elements. M number of elements. M number of elements. M number of elements. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just add this IO manip. Yeah, we are at 3.5 hours now. 3.5 hours of fixing compilers. But I think we're pretty damn close to the end. If this file compiles, then it's just the last file. The last file. Maybe I should search for a number of elements. While I'm at it, I might also search for partition count before I get even more of those. 1, 2, 3, partition count in a function, partition count in a function, to the top, make. And now we get M what? Error, invalid use of, oh bloody. Yeah. Well, not that much, yeah, but really? It's a static function. Oh, really? This is totally static. Table. Number of partitions. Calls table. Okay, there's a problem here. Definite problem. Number of partitions. Set up table to break, to zero break. Care about it. Yeah, all of these just must be mux. Element pair is not declared. Whoa, still linker errors. Undefined G-scores. G-scores. I'm still using G-scores. I should be. Okay, but now my feeling that it's going to work, as soon as it compiles, the chance that it immediately works is like dropped below 50%. That's it. I cannot believe it anymore. Ish. But you never know. I mean, you know, maybe I'm just uncertain. But the truth will prevail, ish. Or, I don't know. There's a lot of G-scores that should not have been there anymore. I guess this is the problem. Not having deleted the extern. That did not catch any of the places where I'm using it. No, I'm not using a module. I had an external, but I deleted the global variable. So that did not get caught until I tried to link it. All my G-scores have moved to partition task. Yeah, I'm just afraid to start logging in it, but let's do it. And G-scores being used here in element pair. God knows who's using this score. Maybe I should not have used the, not deleted the external, so I can use the compile error trick. Yeah, just giving time out for a flute like that is okay, Bear. Oh, now you ban them completely. It was just a happy boy. If you give it timeout, then they also it's also hiding all the messages. But then they can talk again after 5 minutes or something like that. I wonder how you did that. That some slash command is still not working for me. Must be because I'm using Linux, right? Are you on Linux, Bear? Now the truth comes out. He's on Windows. Yes. Well, yeah, sort of, you know. It's like putting a label on something which is everybody misunderstands, but it's still better than no label in some cases. Like you're on the moon, you're an astronaut, and you're on the moon, and you ask, can I take off my helmet? No, you're about to take off your helmet, and you ask, should I hold my breath? I don't know. The comparison is probably wrong somewhere. But it's the first thing that came into my mind. I'm so confused. Not really. What was the problem? G-scores. Yeah, I should add back my external, which I just removed, which was here. So we added that again, and I'm adding this back. And then it compiles again. Well, yes, it doesn't link, but it compiles sort of. The screenshots, let me look. What you said, add screenshot channel in Discord so I can show off. Nobody's talking in general. You can paste it in general. And then I'll know who you are, because I completely... That was manual done, yes, but how? If I type slash something, slash unhide whoever, like that, it's just a comment. Can you not see this, that I typed slash unhide whoever? Comments do not work for me. Sorry, commands do not work for me. It doesn't treat the slash as a special thing. Did he hide you? He didn't hide you. You have absolutely horrible nickname, but he did not hide you. Really, no, but I'm kind of against, kicking people. It's good for spam bots and good for people that are really spamming or fluting. They just flute a lot, and then you say stop fluting, and they just continue fluting, something like that. But for the rest, I want it to be kind of a safe place for people, where they can say and do whatever they want. I mean, not whatever they want, but you should not be here and then be afraid to say something because you think that, maybe I will be kicked out. That's not the sphere that I want to have. I don't know. I just know that I cannot type slash unhide or whatever the command was. Yes, we just said that help me reach to this timeout, but it was about the unhide. If I hide someone, I cannot unhide them anymore with my browser. I have to fix this because some people might be watching already 3+ hours just to see if I'm correct. That is going to work as soon as I'm finished. Plus it's getting late and I wanted to be finished before the sign off. G-scores. Yeah, I want to know what this is being used. Class element pair has no member named score. You can print whatever you want. You're kidding me, right? Was that the only place? That was apparently the only place where score 2 was ever used. Not a good idea. Jump to score 2, rename it back. Let's pass the task in. I mean, I don't know. Score index of element pair. I don't know. Partition task const reference. Yes, this is C++. I don't know. It looks horrible. I'm getting tired about it. Tired of it, rather. I know score index returns, but I bet I called it score index. So let's copy this thing and add it to partition task. And add a score initialize. Not like that. Add it like this. Inline. And I'm passing I think a score index. Very creative. I'm going to call that score index. And then apparently I have to have a scores here, which I don't. What? Well, yeah, oops. I want to have a G scores here. Not really, but okay, now I lost it. I also lost what we're editing. It's a bloody vector of scores size. What? It is 64 times something max number of elements. And you would not have that, you say? Apparently not. It's going to take another half an hour or something. What the hell is this? Partition task dot h. That's the scores. Elements. This thing needs a size equal to 64 times a number of elements. Forgot it again. What was it? Div grab G scores. Doesn't say. Not like this. Div G scores. Not helping. Score size. There it is. 64 times the number of element plus number of elements. Well, minus 1. Yeah, okay, we also have to initialize it. And score index is not highlighted. I guess it's just an int. And then we can return. I think I stopped talking because then I can code faster. I want to finish. Okay, the moment is there, I guess. It compiles and links. I'm absolutely not sure anymore if this works. Something could go wrong with the initialization in the beginning, in which case it will probably just crash. Let's try it. So mind you, this is after 4 hours of continuous fixing compile errors. It's not working. This part is working. It's not crashing. But I don't think this output looks okay. Something is wrong. Well, that's sad / too bad. Looks like almost okay though. There's infinities in it. Why the hell do I not have infinities? That already doesn't look very good. Really strange. 55101 55100 101 minus 5. I cannot remember what the last output was. Probably should have stored it. This is random though. Previously it was minus 40, I thought. Yeah, minus 40. The score is 111. 1003 to change every time. Guess that's correct. Random number. I have one with a seed and one without a seed. And is that one? I think so. No. H partition. This one. Okay, it does not have a seed here. I want to know if the infinity is like disappeared or if it's just coincidence. Let's try to run with pure randomness. Now it has infinities. Okay, so that place was normal. We have infinities, and then having infinities, we really want to have the maximum number of infinities. So it finds whatever. This is definitely wrong, but it does find 2 infinities here. The maximum score. The only thing that seems to go wrong is that there is only a single set in every partition. There's only a single set in every partition. For the rest it seems to work. So I think we're pretty damn close. So I guess the next thing to do is then to change the number of partitions to something way less. What about 3? Number of partitions, number of elements I meant. Try 3, see how that looks. Yeah, now it's equals. Right. So that was a failure then. Pretty consistent. we crash in here, which means nobody knows. Into this. This looks like a normal-ish pointer, so I cannot print this, cannot access it. Though it looks like a normal pointer. Okay, up. So this pointer is nonsensical, so that would be this pointer of this set is nonsensical. That means that the m sets, well, I can print p.m sets, and we see what that is. That is actually a vector with a capacity, sorry, with a length of 1. So I'm gonna guess that the 2 set is maybe inlined. That's not working for me. I'm afraid I have to stop. It became winter time here, so I continue till, well, my computer says 11:45. But in fact I want to make use of the winter time to go to bed at the same time, being 1 hour earlier on the clock. I should not go 1 hour later to bed now because it's winter time. So I went on streaming too long, if you get what I mean. So I should really stop, so I can do some ritual before I go to bed, otherwise I cannot make it in time. Always nice to have assertions. Assertions without comments. Two set. The 2 set is not less than the end. So it tries to move something to a set that does not exist, I guess. And then this is where we crashed. Okay. I was trying to print this, right? I think it was. Yeah, that's 1, and we have only 1 element. And that is too large. So it's not allowed. So then the question becomes, why is 2 set larger than the number of elements? Well, I've only seen 1 set in whatever it prints. So maybe maybe the problem comes from there. Okay, well this is going to require serious debugging, maybe an hour. Maybe an hour, I don't know, but I better stop the stream now, otherwise I will go to bed too late, which is not good. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, I hope. Thanks for keeping me company. I don't think I'm bad at looking chat, but okay, someone here, Dragen says, are you a self-taught programmer? Yes. Also, are you referencing any documentation for this project? I did not write any documentation yet, no, sorry. Yeah. I think I saw this shit. It's always the best to add to highlight my name. So type @Carlo, and then I will definitely see it even afterwards. I don't see any other highlights. Bakik, well, thank you, man. So super nice that you think so high of my coding. Makes me feel good. So you've been here all the time, like hours and hours. Wow. Well, I'm sorry that I leave now without having any. I mean, what would have been really nice if after all those hours of fixing the compiler errors that bang, it worked again. But unfortunately not. And then I hope that next time I start streaming, it will be convenient for you to join and see what is actually being wrong now. So, see me fix it. So good night. Good night, Bear. Good night, Ba. Good night, everyone who is still here. We had, so we see the analytics. We had a spike at 111 viewers. I cannot remember having seen that much before. Or did we not once get to 170? Or was that just 70? I don't know. It would be interesting to know. At some point we dropped like a stone from 108 viewers all the way down to 50 viewers. I would almost want to go back in the stream to see what I was doing during the time. You know. I'm going poof.